Well, good morning, everybody. Live from the Calgary Oval in Calgary, Alberta. It's 8:46 on Friday, October 21st, 2022. I'm not only live in the Calgary Oval, but now officially live on the webcast. So feel free to let those that you know that this 3-day meet, the Oktoberfest, day one of the three, will all be broadcast literally all over the world. So there's some housekeeping things I want to do before we get into the event. At 9 o'clock start with the 500 meters. And the first thing that I'd like to do is the territorial acknowledgement. And it goes like this. I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the traditional territories of the people of the Treaty 7 region here in southern Alberta, which includes the Blackfoot Confederacy, comprising of the Siksika, the Piikani, and the Kainai First Nations, as well as the Tsuut'ina First Nation and the Stoney Nakoda, including the Chiniki, Bearspaw, and Wesley First Nations. The city of Alberta is also home to Métis Nation of Alberta, Region number 3. Ladies and gentlemen, today's officials, I'll announce them now and throughout the 3 days. Chief Referee and Meet Coordinator, Greg Plenert. Assistant Referee, Rona Hathaway. Assistant Referee, Mark/Bobby McGee. Assistant Referee as well, Werner Meyer. And 2 starters, starter Paul Chateau and starter Brad Bates. Here's the schedule for today. Very typical of a 3-day meet. We kick off the meet with 500 meters. Today, though, we're starting with the men's as opposed to the women's. We flip-flop from the Fall Classic. 9 a.m. men's start. There's 18 pairings. We have a light participation meet this time around, which is fantastic. A nice meet, less pressure unless you're from Alberta and you're seeking out to vie for the Canada Winter Games. So 10 o'clock women's, 500 meters, 14 pairings. And then we're going to take a break and come back at the 1,500 meter men's at 11:30 and 12:45 for the women's 1,500 meters, 14 pairings. This meet is extremely well run, and unless something comes out of left field, everything runs on time. Well, good morning, everybody. That's the housekeeping I wanted to get out of the way, and I wanted to welcome you on behalf of everybody up on the timing deck and all the officials. Sky Guy from Winnipeg on the microphone for the next 3 days. This is the third of a 4-part classic series. This is called Oktoberfest. The first one was the Summerfest, which was in October, the Fall Classic, which was a month ago, and then we have the Oktoberfest. The Winter Classic is in the first weekend of February. And what the Classic is all about is 4 meets strung together in 4 categories. You have 2 junior categories, ages 14-15 for junior number 1. The second junior is 16 to 18, and then we have a neo-senior category, 19 to 23, and then a senior category, 23 and up. In this particular meet, most of the skaters are anywhere from ages 14 to 18 or 19 inside the first junior categories. Very few neo-senior and seniors category, and they compete for points. And they're strung together, and each category, there are winners, and they will receive a personalized event water bottle, and Dustin Miller will find you throughout the 3 days to acknowledge it. So that is the bragging rights and the prize for winning your particular category and your particular distance. And the distances are the 500 meters, 1,000, 1,500 meters, 3,000. I think we have a 5,000 in here. I'll double check, but 3,000 for sure. And then the mass start on Sunday. The days are going to be shorter. We have fewer participants, and so we'll be out of here earlier each day. So if you've just joined us on the webcast, we're here in Calgary, Alberta. 10 minutes to race time. I've got 8 minutes for my intro music for those inside the oval, so I'm going to pause for a moment and play the music that they can hear inside the oval, but not on the webcast. We are 7 minutes away from race time. Just a couple of things I want to share with you. The skaters in this particular meet are made up of probably half inside or a good portion inside the oval program, and then various clubs in the western provinces. Many of the coaches that'll be representing these skaters, I'll list them out because they're recognizable to virtually everybody. My coaches Mike Ireland and Kevin Crockett and Christina Lazarenko and Phil Riopel. We also have Marique Nadal. We also have Scott Van Horn from Manitoba in place of Alex Moritz. I'm not sure if Tim Comfort's in the building. We've got Nancy Goplan in from British Columbia, and I thought I saw Richard Stickle out there. The officials are getting in order right now. Everybody's readying themselves. The ice looks absolutely spectacular. It looks absolutely like glass. I saw Cam McLeod walk by just moments ago, and him and Mark Messier and the entire Ice Meister crew, which is legendary for making the best ice in the world, is right here in Calgary, Alberta. If you've just joined us, this is the Oktoberfest Classic, the third of a 4 classic series put on by the Olympic Oval. It is the competition where the athletes, through various age categories, 4 in particular, will compete for a series of points for bragging rights and some gifts at the end. So no different than the World Cup that is starting over in Poland in November, followed by, I think it's in Herhaven in the Netherlands, and then Calgary in December, and then back to Poland in January for the 5th, and then the final cup. They all compete at that level for a points system as well. So lots going on right now, and while we're competing here in Calgary, Alberta, they're competing down in Salt Lake City in the U.S., and last week in Quebec City, they had the Canadian long track and junior championships, and that's why one of the reasons why you don't see some of the next gen and national team members on the ice here. And then next up, those that aren't competing at the World Cup, you'll see them in the Can-Am International Invitational, rather, and that's in a couple of weeks. Stay tuned, everybody. It's an exciting 3 days ahead for these skaters. Looking forward to many personal bests and season's best to fall. Let's get ready for the 2-minute warning and the 9 o'clock start. For those on the webcast, I just played the Space Odyssey 2001 music. We're now at the 2-minute warning. 500-meter men's race about to start. I'll introduce the skaters in just a moment. They're not yet on the screen, but I will introduce them right now. The first of 18 pairings in the 500-meter men's race in the inside lane, coached by Kevin Crockett from Alberta, Caden Witowski. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, also coached by Kevin Crockett, Kieran Hansen. Gentlemen, have a great race, all of you. Good luck. If you're watching on the webcast, or if you're wondering what's going on, just a slight delay before we get started. Just a technical difficulty that we're working on, I think, from perhaps the timer to the starter. So I'll just acknowledge some of the people behind the scenes before Kieran Hansen and Caden Witowski make it to the start line and we get going. The referees Mark McGee, Rona Hathaway, Werner Meyer, Greg Plenert, and assisted by any video that's required to assist the referees to make sure everything is working in order. Starters Brad Bates, Paul Chateau. Up here on the timing deck, we've got Gene Dunn working webcast. We've got Don Brown, Leslie Cassidy. They're helping out with the timing computer. And it looks like we're now ready to go. Whatever got sorted out is now sorted out. And the first race of Oktoberfest 2022 is now underway. Caden Witowski in the inside lane and Kieran Hansen in the outside lane. The lane that they start in will be the opposite lane they will finish in. So finishing first will be Kieran Hansen, followed by Caden Witowski at a 37:55 for Hansen, and I didn't quite get Witowski's time. Okay, let's go to the second pairing in the inside lane, representing Alberta, Andre Rasmus. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, Nicholas Gulayev. Okay, this is the second pairing. These both skaters have the same outfit. So in the white armband, Andre Erasmus, with an opening time of 10:49, 10:69 for Gulyav. Phil Riopel is the coach for Andre Erasmus. You see him down the straightaway, and Kevin Crockett for Nicholas Gulyav. Here they come. Final turn down the straightaway. Gulyav looks like he's going to cross the line first and does so. Actually, Erasmus crossed the line first at 37:46 and 38:06 for Gulyav. In the third pairing in the inside lane from Ontario, say hello to Chris Holmstead. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Hobbs Holzer. So when you look at the graphics before the race started, you'll see the skaters' personal best, season's best, and what category they're in. We have a senior and a neo senior racing right now. Homestead kicks off his 100 meters at 10:44 for the fastest 100 meters so far today. Holes are in at 10:58. These are both coached. These gentlemen are both coached by Mike Ireland. So you see him on the straightaway assisting them. Here they're rounding out the final corner. Homestead started in the inner. He'll finish in the outer. You can see him with the white armband. He'll cross the line first, and he does so with a season's best at 36:83, and holes are in at 30.3. That's Holzer and Homestead. We now move to the fourth pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Jalen Doan. And in the outer lane, also from Alberta, Zachary Lacroix. So Jalen Doan is in the inside lane with the white armband. Zachary Lacroix with the red armband. Jalen Doan's opener is exceptional at 10.01. Lacroix in at 10.5. Doan's wearing a Canadian skin suit. He's earned that because he was second in the juniors in the Canadian Championships back in March. He's still representing the junior categories. He'll have a shot at the Canada Winter Games and, of course, the World Juniors, depending on how he does in Quebec City through Christmas. Doan is going to finish first. He crosses a line at a time of 35.93, and he's going to be ecstatic with that, as that's a personal best. Lacroix with a season's best at 36.78. He's going to be happy with that. Those are both coached by Mike Ireland, those gentlemen. We now move to the fifth pairing of 18 pairings in the inside lane, representing Ontario, Ryan Gibson. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Yankun Zhao. To state the obvious, false start, something the skater did. We'll find out that the starter would like it to be redone. Okay, good clean start for the second start. If you just joined us, this is the fifth pairing in the Oktoberfest at the Canada Calgary Olympic Oval. Some really fast openers here. Yang Kun Zhao, 9.92 under 10 seconds. Gibson, 9.98. It's going to be really interesting if they can hold these speeds in the final corner and down the straightaway. Yang Kun Zhao will finish in the outer lane. Gibson in the inner lane. They're ripping it down the straightaway. Here they go. Two young, great skaters, prosperous for Canada, and Yang Kun Zhao with a personal best, 35.53. The same with Ryan Gibson, 35.72. These two gentlemen, coached by Mike Ireland, are extremely happy. Congratulations, Ryan Gibson and Yang Kun Zhao, for personal bests. We now move to the sixth pairing in the inside lane from British Columbia, Joshua Tellison. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Anders Johnson. In the first 8 pairings, we have all the skaters are part of the Oval program and coached by legendary skaters that were once skaters. And here we've got openers for Johnson at a 10-11 and Tellison at a 10-12. They're also, both Joshua and Anders are also coached by Mike Ireland. I think he has 7 skaters in this 500, and they're all really bunched together. Rounding the final turn, it's going to be close. Johnson looks like he's going to edge out Tellison, does so with a season's best of 35.53, and Tellison in 2/100ths of a second right back of him at 35.57. We now move to the 7th pairing in the inside lane from Saskatchewan, Bon Low. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Daniel Hall. Seventh pairing, Bon Low in the inside lane, white armband. Daniel Hall in the outer lane, Daniel Hall would be probably coached by Mike Hall, his father. Christina Lazarenko will coaches Bon Low. And you can see Christina down the backstretch giving instructions to Bon. Here comes Lowe out of the final corner first, down the straightaway. He'll cross the first line. Lowe with a opener of 10.68. He crosses the line at 37.53. Daniel Hall crosses the line at 38.43. He'll be happy with that because that is a personal best for Daniel Hall, and congratulations. Personal best, get your name on a ping pong ball and your time in the sphere at the front desk. We want to fill that sphere right up. In the 8th pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Matthew Medlicott. And in the outer lane, representing Manitoba, Adam Buckwald. And we're off in the 8th pairing. Matthew Medlicott with an opening 100 meters at 11:05. Adam Buckwall at 11:13. Medlicott is coached by Phil Riopel. And in this meet, Scott Van Horn is coaching Adam Buckwall. Here they come out of the final corner. Looking fairly close. Medlicott and Buckwall very, very close to the line. Medlicott at 12.45. We'll have an ice resurfacing after our last skater, which is Bill Blonsky. And then we'll have the women's 500-meter race starting at 10 o'clock, unless instructed differently. 10 o'clock Calgary time, that is, or Mountain Time, if you want it more official. Not sure where you are watching from anywhere in the world, in Canada, internationally. Emblem crosses his 500-meter line with a personal best of 46.02, and you can see him on the screen or on the ice cheering. It's all about personal bests because that is a measurement of the improvement you have in the sport of speed skating. And I'll talk more about that as the 3 days unfold and the training that's behind it. Let's go to the final pairing, 18 of 18. Ladies and gentlemen, in the inside lane from Alberta, Bill Blonsky. The legendary Bill Blonsky's on the ice for one of many races for the next 3 days, all by himself. So we're going to give him some encouragement with music, and you're going to cheer him on inside the oval. Here we go, the Rocky theme, Bill's music. With an opening 100 meters at 20.76, he crosses the line at 120.26. Bill Blonsky, ladies and gentlemen. Well done, Bill. Well, that concludes the first race of a series of races over 3 days here at the Oktoberfest at the Calgary Olympic Oval, live here in Calgary, Alberta. The conditions are ripe for the picking for personal bests to fall, and we're starting to see it. Not only is it the ice conditions, but now the skaters are in their speed skating rhythm. The Fall Classic didn't have many personal bests, but what we did is we had a lot of season's bests at that time. So the skaters are most certainly getting fitter and in racing form. We are going to pause until 10 o'clock, and we're going to have, I believe we are going to have an ice resurfacing, and we'll be back for the 14 pairings of the women's. There's lots happening this season, as there is in most seasons, but what's different about this season is that it's resembling what used to be a pre-pandemic conditions back in 2019 and early 2020, and then after that, it's been all pandemic adjusted and revised. We're back in person. All the speed skating meets are happening. We started with the Summer Classic, then the Fall Classic, and then we are here at Oktoberfest, the Canadian Long Track Championships. We're in Quebec City. We got the Can-Am Invitational in November. The World Cup start in Poland and in the Netherlands in November, and then there's a pair of them in Calgary. We've got the Canadian Junior Championships in early January in Quebec City. The World Juniors, I believe it's in Insel, Germany. And then we have a Winter Classic as part of the final. It'll be the final event in the 4-part series of this Classic Series, this inaugural year. So it's an exciting year. Whether you're on the national team or whether you're just coming out of the clubs, no matter what stage you're at. And I'll talk about the 4 stages as the weekend unfolds. But no matter where you are in the development in speed skating, there's something in it for everybody. So it's 9:35, everybody. I'm going to throw on some music and sit back, relax, and I'll be back at a couple minutes before 10 o'clock. Welcome back, everybody. 2 minutes to 10 o'clock. 2 minutes to 10 o'clock Mountain Time, Calgary, Alberta. 2-minute warning leading up to the 500-meter women's race. I'll announce the starting two in pairing number 1 in 1 moment. Ladies and gentlemen, the first pairing of 14 pairings in the inside lane from Alberta, Darby Beeson. And in the outer lane from Alberta as well, Emma Langstrom. And we are off, ladies and gentlemen. The women's 500-meter race at Oktoberfest here at the Calgary Olympic Oval. Darby Beeson opens up her 100 meters at 11.8. Emma Langstrom in at 12.11. Coaches are giving them both encouragement down the backstretch into the final corner. There's only 2 corners in a 500-meter race. Beeson, who started in the outer lane, will finish in the inner, and Langstrom the opposite. Looks like Emma Langstrom is going to cross the line first and does so with a time of 42.26. She'll be happy with that. Personal best for Darby Beeson, PB. Emma Langstrom, 43.74. We now move to the second pairing in the inside lane from Manitoba, Skylar Van Horn. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Zoe Luters. We're pausing for a moment to do an ice repair. So that's why the delay. So we're in the second pairing of 14 pairings in the 500-meter women's race. This is the second pairing. Van Horn from Manitoba, who's coached by Alex Moritz, who's unable to be here. Coached by Scott Van Horn, and Zoe Luters, coached by Kevin Crockett. Van Horn will start in the inside lane, Luters in the outside lane. About the first half of the pairings, many of the skaters are part of the oval program. Kevin Crockett is coach. It looks like we're good to go now. I got to think that's a bit hard on the athletes when they have to wait a little bit because they're chomping at the bit to get that gun going so they can start the race. So a delay might play with their nerves a little bit. Skylar Van Horn, opening 100 meters, 11.9. Luters in at 11.96. There's Crockett down the straightaway as the coach and Scott Van Horn. coaching Skylar Van Horn in Alex Moritz' absence, who is back in Manitoba. Van Horn started in the inner lane. I'll get this right, and she's going to finish in the outer. These two skaters are very close, and it's going to be a close finish. Luders is going to cross the line first, though, at a time of 42.93. And Van Horn crossing the line with a season's best of 43.23. We now move to the third pairing. And in the inside lane from Alberta, Maya Luders. And in the outer lane, also from Alberta, Molly Johnson. False start. We'll do it again. Luders in the inside lane, Johnson in the outer lane. Both skaters skate out of the province of Alberta. Good clean start for the second attempt. Pairing number 3, inside lane, Maya Luders with an opener of 11.94. Molly Johnson, her 100-meter opener is 11.9. Kevin Crockett coaching Molly Johnson. Looks like Phil Riopel on the backstretch coaching Maya Luders. Out the final corner they come, down the straightaway, everything they got, 500 meters. Crossing the line first is Maya Luders with a season's best of 41.94. Molly Johnson, 42.17. We now move to the fourth pairing in the inside lane from Manitoba, Sophia Bieber. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Caitlin Pelkey. Good start for both skaters. Bieber in the inside lane will finish in the outer. Pelkey in the outer will finish in the inner. Bieber's opener, 11.36. Pelkey's opening 100 meters is 11.08. Scott Van Horn, in absence of Alex Moritz back home in Manitoba, is coaching Bieber, and Kevin Crockett is coaching Caitlin Pelkey. Into the final corner. Bieber comes out first, then Pelkey. It's going to be fairly close. Bieber is going to take it on the 500-meter mark, and she does so at a time of 40.93, besting her personal best over 41. Congratulations, 40.93 for a PB. And Pelkey, 41.73, personal best for both of these skaters. Congratulations, well done. Put your time and name on a ping pong ball in the sphere at the front desk. Pairing number 5 from Ontario, Alexa Annika. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Isabel Champagne. A great race in pairing number 4. Just before was Sophia Bieber and Caitlin Pelkey achieving personal bests. Let's keep them going here and as the pairings unfold. Isabel Champagne has an opening 100 meters at 11.99. Alexa Annika, who's coined me the Sky Guy, 12.14. Annika is coached by Christina Lazarenko. Looks like Kevin Crockett I saw assisting, coaching Isabel Champagne. It's going to be very, very close, but Annika is going to cross the line first in the white armband, and she does so with a time and a season's best of 43.21. Isabel Champagne crossing the line at 43.67. We now move to the sixth pairing of 14 pairings in the inside lane from Alberta, Tatiana Defleck. And in the outer lane from Alberta as well, Camille Alford. Deflect Alford on the ice right now in the sixth of 14 pairings. Tatiana's opening 100 meters, 11:82. Camille in at 12:01. Phil Riopel, the coach on the backstretch, assisting them. If you're wondering who's who out there in the pairings, because they wear the same color and design as skin suits, white armband is Tatiana Defleck, and she crosses the line first at a time of 43.62, and Camille Alford with a season's best of 43.93. Phil Riopel may as well stay out there because the next two skaters are coached by him. In pairing number 7 in the inside lane from British Columbia, Brooke Braun. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Rachel Mallard. Mallard's time at 12.08, Braun at 12.09. That's their opening 100 meters. Phil Riopel coaches them both, gives them instructions to both. While they might be competing against each other on the ice and pushing each other, wanting each other to have their best race, they're really competing against the clock, the time. But having another skater out there pushes each skater to their potential. Is going to be very close to the line. Crossing the line first, Mallard at 43.5 with a personal best. Braun in at 43.54, 4/100ths of a second off Mallard, and that's a personal best as well. 2 PBs for Braun and Mallard. We now move to the 8th pairing. I see 2 skaters on the line in the inside lane from Manitoba, Lindsay Smart. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Sarah Murray. And we're off. Smart from Manitoba, Murray from Ontario. These are both junior skaters between the ages of 16 and 18, that category, not the 14 and 15 category in the Classic Series, the second junior category. Sarah Murray's opener is 11.94. Lindsay Smart, 12.26. Smart is coached by Alex Moritz out of Manitoba. Scott Van Horn also assisting Alex. Alex not here, but Scott filling in for him and assisting the Manitoba skaters. Murray out of the corner first. Started in the outer lane. Will finish in the inner. It's going to be close, but she will cross the line first. Sarah Murray has a personal best of 43.91. Lindsay Smart crosses the line with a time of 44.61. We now move to the 9th pairing in the inside lane from Ontario, Daria Voigt. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Maya Kemp. Manitoba skater, Ontario skater on the ice right now, the 9th of 14 pairings. In the white armband, Daria Voigt from Ontario. Red armband, Maya Kemp from Manitoba. Voigt's opening 100 meters, 12:35. Maya Kemp, 12:78. Scott Van Horn coaching for Manitoba, and Phil Riopel assisting, I suspect, a number of skaters, and Daria Voigt being one of them. Phil Riopel looks like he's going to have a very busy weekend on the backstretch, coaching and encouraging his skaters. Crossing the line first will be Voigt from Ontario, and she does so with a personal best of 44.51, a season's best for Maya Kemp in Manitoba at 45.66. We now move to the 10th pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Elise Perpich. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Rebecca Bieber. An Alberta skater and a Manitoba skater on the ice right now. Elise Perpich from Alberta, Rebecca Bieber from Manitoba. In the opening 100 meters, Perpich in at 12.19, Bieber in at 13 seconds even. Out of the first corner they go, down the backstretch. Look at the ice. If you're watching from the webcast, it looks absolutely perfect. It's just like glass. The conditions are fantastic. We're seeing lots of personal bests, as you would, I think, kind of expect with each age categories and development of skaters, and some season's bests as well. The skaters are getting fitter, race fitter, that is. A personal best for Elise Perpich at 44.75. That's a PB, and a season's best for Bieber, and she clocks in at 49.31. We now move to the 11th pairing. In the inside lane, another Manitoba skater, Rachel Spritzens. And in the outer lane, from Alberta, Kendra Hawkins. Rachel Spritzens from Manitoba is going to have an opening 100 meters at 12.68. Kendra Hawkins will have an opening 100 meters at 12.82. Why is the 100 meter opener so important? Because you take that time, 100 meters, add another 400 meter time, and they practice a rolling start for a 400 meter time. Let's say it's 30 seconds. Add 30 seconds to that number, and that's what they anticipate to be their final time. And so they work on that in training. That's why we have openers, as we refer to them in the speed skating world. Hawkins crosses the line with a personal best of 45.16, 46.96 for Rachel Spritzens, and that's a season's best for her. We now move to the 12th pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Cassandra Curry. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, Cheyenne Key. This is the 12th pairing of 14 pairings. Cassandra Curry's opening time is 13.10. Cheyenne Key, 13.39 for her opening 100 meters. The second corner is completed. Out they go down the backstretch, or the straightaway rather. Last 100 meters, finishing up. And how did they do? Cassandra Curry at 48.06 and Cheyenne Key at 49.16. We now move to the 13th pairing, ladies and gentlemen, in the inside lane from Alberta, Denise Wessling. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, Talia Halperin. Yeah. Okay, I read off the wrong outer lane. Lewis Spence is in the outer lane. Sorry about that, Lewis. In the outer lane from Alberta, Lewis Spence. Lewis Spence opening 100-meter time, 12.8. Denise Wessling at 13.49. Spence opener, 12.8. Wessling, 13.49. So Denise Wessling would be in the inside lane with the white armband. Lewis Spence starting in the outer lane with the red armband. Lewis Spence will finish in the inside lane, and she's going to cross the line first. Lewis Spence with a time of 49.18, and Denise Wessling with a time of 50.73. Okay, this is the 14th and final pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Sophia Cross. And in the outer lane from BC, now it's Talia Halperin. Sophia Cross in the inside lane, Talia Halperin in the outer lane. Sophia Cross, 13.62, her 100-meter opener. Halperin in at 13.33. Down the back stretch they go into the final corner after they've crossed over on that back stretch. Make an even 500 meters. In terms of distance, that's why they cross over. Otherwise, if somebody who started in the outer lane stayed in the outer lane, that would be more than 500 meters, if you will. Okay, what are our times? Both personal bests, Talia Halperin, 49.02, Sophia Cross, 51.7. Personal best for both of you ladies, Sophia Cross, Talia Halperin, congratulations. And as part of the culture and DNA of the Classic Series, we're trying to fill up a sphere located at the front desk with ping pong balls with your personal best times, the date, and your name. And there are hundreds of them in there right now, and we look to fill that up over this series, this weekend's meet, and the final one, the Winter Classic, now that's scheduled for the first week of February. Well, that concludes the 500-meter women's race for today. The 500 meters is done for the men's and the women's. We now have warm-up time leading up to the 1,500-meter men's and women's races. We'll have a start at 11:30 Mountain Time, Calgary time. It's 10:22 or 10:23 right now. So in 1 hour and 7 minutes, 1 hour and 7 minutes, we will start the men's 1,500 meters. There will be 19 pairings, and then we'll have an ice resurfacing and then 12:45 for the women's 1500 meter and 13 pairing. So the 500 meters is done for today. We'll do it all over again on Sunday morning for the 500 meters. The skaters are racing well. The ice conditions are terrific. We're glad you're here. I'm so excited to be back. I'm going to put on some music for those in the oval. I think there'll be something playing in the background on the webcast. Thanks for joining us wherever you are. Parents, grandparents, friends, coaches who are unable to make it, and anybody else from all over the world watching the Oktoberfest here live at the Olympic Oval here in Calgary, Alberta. Just in case we are wondering where it's at, it's 11:24 right now, and we are starting the 1,500-meter men's race in 6 minutes. 6 minutes. It's currently 11:24. I'll come back on shortly. See how it all works? Okay, we're at the 2-minute warning. 2 minutes to go before we start the 1,500-meter men's race. There is 19 pairings in the 1,500-meter men's. I'll introduce the first two skaters shortly, and we will get underway. 2022 Oktoberfest Classic, the third of 3 classic series of races. This is number 3. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, we're going to be starting the 1,500-meter men's race. It'll be started in the northwest portion of the oval where the big screens are. I mentioned there's 19 pairings. Let me introduce you to the first pairings. Pairing number 1 in the inside lane, coached by Kevin Crockett from Fort St. John, British Columbia, Nicholas Golayev. In the outer lane, coached by Christine Lazarescu from Saskatoon, Saskatchewan, Bon Lo. Good luck, gentlemen. I'll start. We'll do that all over again. Okay, great. We're off to a good start. Second start, nice and clean. Starting in the inside lane is Nicholas Golayev from British Columbia and Bon Lo representing Saskatchewan. I'll first give you the opening 300 meters and then talk a little bit about these guys. Golayev's opening 300 is 25.16, low in at 25 seconds even. Now, both these skaters have the same color and same design of skin suit. How do you tell them apart? When that happens, you look at their armbands. Right armband. Right arm has an armband on it and 2 different colors, white and red. White to start in the inner and red in the outer. And then they will change lanes throughout the 1,500 meters, which is 3 3/4 laps around the 400 meters if you're fairly new to the sport. And what lane they start in, they'll finish in the opposing lane. They'll switch over 2 times if you start. So, for example, Golayev started in the inside lane. He will finish in the outer, and Lowe will finish in the inner. Kevin Crockett coaches Golayev. Christine Lazarescu coaches Bon Lo. Lowe's been skating for now 12 years. Golayev, probably 15 years. He started when he was 5 years old, and you can see Crockett and Lazarescu on the back stretch. I think we heard a bell lap, so they're entering the final corner. And I'll just call it as they head down the straightaway to finish off their race. The red armband is Bon Lo. He finishes this exhausting 1,500 meters at a time of 1:55.51. And Golayev in with the season's best at 2 minutes and 4/100ths of a second. Golayev and Lowe, first pairing of 19, now complete. We now move to the second pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, coached by Mike Ireland, Zachary Lacroix. And in the outer lane from Alberta as well, Daniel Hall. Two Alberta skaters on the ice, Zachary Lacroix, Daniel Hall. Same skin suit, same design, same color, same everything. So who's who? White armband is Zachary Lacroix. He will finish in the outer lane. Hall, red armband, will finish in the inner lane. Lacroix's opening 100 meters, the best time so far, although there's only 2 pairings, 24.67. Hall in at 25.53. Hall, rather, Zachary Lacroix from Calgary, Alberta. He's 21 years old, been skating now for about 12 years. He got introduced to the sport from his dad, who happened to be a coach. And while he races all the distances to be an all-round skater, he loves the 500 and 1,000 the most. And in talking with him between races, I asked him what he's been working on, and he says sitting low and then leaning, dealing with a leaning shoulder going into the corner. So if you've got a trained eye in speed skating, keep an eye on Zachary Lacroix. Is he low, and what's he like in terms of his shoulder heading into the corners? There's the bell lap in the 1,500 meters, 3 3/4 around. They're 2 3/4 around. We're into the final 400 meters. His current coach is Mike Ireland, and he has a dream of competing being on the Olympic team, so competing at the Olympics. So the red armband, Daniel Hall. Down the straightaway he goes, and he's going to cross the line ahead of Lacroix at a time of 1:50.57. You will be very happy with that as a personal best. Lacroix crosses the line with the season's best of 1:53.63. We now move to the third pairing of 19 pairings in the inside lane from Alberta, Hobbs Holzer. And in the outer lane, also from Alberta, Max Poulin. Hobbs Holzer, Max Poulin from Alberta in this third of 19 pairing. Poulin's got the Canada suit, something he earned by being the top junior long track. He earned back in March. His opening 300 meters rather, is 24.9. Hobbs Holzer, 24.8. 1,500 meters, 3 3/4 laps around a 400-meter oval. The most grueling, arguably the most grueling distance in the sport of speed skating, because it is a sprint marathon. And it's no surprise that the lactic acid buildup on these kids' legs as they round the final turn, it makes it very, very difficult to put one foot and one leg in front of the other. But they got it out, and each time they do it, they move their body and their mental state to even higher and more tolerant levels. So on the ice right now in the third pairing, if you've just joined us, Hobbs Holzer from Alberta, Max Poulin, who also loves short track skating. We got a bell lap coming up here, and we hear it here at the Oval. Around 1:20 and change for each of these skaters. So if they have a 28-second or so lap time, then maybe we'll see something in the 1:45, 1:48 range. Let's have a look. As they round the final corner. Armbands aside, Poulin is in the Canada outfit, Holzer in the blue, and crossing the line, it's going to be tight. Season's best for Max Poulin, 1:51.09. I'm out by a few seconds, and Holzer in at 1:51.38. Both season's best for these skaters. In the fourth pairing in the inside lane, from representing Saskatchewan, Marc-Andre Doyon. And in the outer lane, from Alberta, Jalen Doan. The fourth pairing of 19 pairings in the men's 1,500-meter men's race. We have a Saskatchewan skater, Marc-Andre Doyon, starting in the inner, and Jalen Doan from Alberta starting in the outer. You don't have to look at the armbands to distinguish the two. Jalen Doan wearing the Canadian suit that he earned He's second in Canada in the junior championships back in March. His opening 300 meters is 24.75. He's a junior, by the way, second junior category in the Classic Series, but ages 16 to 18. And Marc-Andre Doyon is a senior, and his opening 300 meters is at 24.4. Doan, like Poulin, will be vying for a position on the Canada Winter Games team representing their province. Poulin will have an opportunity to probably represent his province either in short track or long track. At some point, he'll have to make a decision. Jalen Doan, a junior, has a very good chance of representing his province, and they get 3 tries. Manitoba, for example, another province as they come out, and it's the Can-Am Invitational that determines who's on their respective provincial teams. But in Alberta, they get the Fall Classic, they get the Oktoberfest meet, and they get the Can-Am Invitational. So they get 3 tries for the lowest time to make the team. Love the odds for these skaters as they round the final corner, heading to the straightaway, and to finish this grueling 1,500 meter 3 3/4 race. Doan is down the straightaway with the white armband, or rather Doyon, I should say. And as expected, I thought he would cross the line first at 149.22 for Marc-Andre, 149.22. Jalen Doan, 151.64 for a season's best. We now move to the 5th pairing in the inside lane from Ontario, Chris Holmstead. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Yankun Zhao. Off the start, I see Mike Ireland in the distance and Christine Lazarescu coaching each of these skaters. Christina would be helping Mike as both Homestead and Zhao are coached by Mike Ireland, who has 7 or 8 skaters in this meet. Chris Homestead, 300 meter opener is 25.18. Yankun Zhao has the second fastest 300 meter opener at 24.67. So what do the coaches say to these skaters as they go down the back stretch? Well, they give them their lap time in an abbreviated form. So if you see something like 8.7, that's usually 28.7 seconds. That's clocked. So one of the coaches will have the time and the other coach will eye up their technique and help them polish it up during the race. The racers can't look up too much. They're so focused on the race. They just use their peripheral vision because right about now they start to get exhausted, even though they're so focused early in the race. Fitness is so important to keep technique in balance in the 1,500 meters as the bell lap goes off with 400 meters to go. And I'll say it again, as I've said many times, 1,500 meters, arguably the most grueling distance in the sport of speed skating because it's a marathon sprint. Homestead will finish in the outer. Zhao in the inner. Here comes Holstead. Down the straightaway, crosses the line at a time of 1:50.95. He and his coach are going to be really happy with that because that's a personal best. Rather, let me start again. Homestead crosses the line at 1:55.52 for a season's best. Yankun Zhao, 1:50.95. My bad. PB for Yankun Zhao. Congratulations, Yankun. We now move to the 6th pairing. In the inner lane, from Alberta, Andre Rasmus. And in the outer lane, representing Manitoba, Adam Buchwald. If you've just joined us, We are in the 6th of 19 pairings in the 1,500-meter men's race at the 2022 Oktoberfest Classic, the third of a 4-part meet series. We have an Alberta and Manitoba skater on the ice. We got Andre Erasmus and Adam Buchwald. Erasmus from Alberta, Buchwald in from Manitoba. Erasmus opening 300 meters is 24.2. Buchwald in at 26.22. Erasmus is from Calgary. He's been skating about 7 years. And his entry into the sport is through his brother tried speed skating, and he liked it, and his brother didn't, and here he is today. His favorite race is the 500 meters, and he's working on getting fast right now and is coached by Phil Riopel, and he wants to make the Olympics one day. Buchwald is from Manitoba and is in his grade 12th year at St. Paul's High School and is a prolific short track speed skater, but from all my understandings is that he's starting to fall in love with long track a little bit more. If all goes according to plan, he'll be a student out at the University of Calgary and pursue his speed skating dream in education. Next year with another fellow Manitobans. I've gotten to know the Buchwald family. Amazing family, amazing people. And Adam is a fine young man who's been introduced to the sport by his mother, who was a speed skater herself, as they now enter the final corner. One little fun fact about Adam Buchwald is that he can tell you what any car is on the street from any distance, well, within eyesight, that is, make and model. He just seems to have a knack. I don't know what you do with that information, but it's amazing knack. And here it is. You could look at these skaters. They're incredibly hard. Buchwald with a burst of energy at the end and a personal best of 158.01. He'll be very pleased with that, as will his coach. And Andre Erasmus, 158.60, barely making it over the finish line, and who could blame him? It's such a tough distance to race. Good job, Adam Buchwald, on a PB. We now move to the 7th pairing in the inside lane, all the way from Australia, Darius Sajete. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Matthew Medlicott. And we are in pair number 7 of 19. Darius Sajete from Australia and Matthew Medlicott from Alberta. Medlicott's opening 300 meters is 25.61. Sajete in at 27.28. I had a chance to connect with Darius in the last few years, who loves the sport of speed skating. From my understanding, he basically coaches himself and is not part of the Oval program, and just, because the sport of speed skating is all-inclusive, he just loves to be on the ice and loves to compete, and here he is again today. And so Darius was unable to make the Fall Classic, but here he is now, and all the best to Darius. So we got Matthew Medlicott and Darius Sajete on the ice. Medlicott's from Calgary. He's been skating about 12 years. He doesn't have a favorite distance to race. He likes them all. One of the things when I asked him what he's working on right now, he wants to keep his hips low. Hard to do it as you head to the final lap in the 1500, but let's see if Medlicott can keep his hips low. He's in the outer lane, or rather in the red armband. He will finish in the inner. And his hope one day is to compete at the World Juniors. And when he's not skating, this young man loves to garden. It's going to be close to the finish. Medlicott with a time of 2:01.08, and Darius Sajete with a season's best, a time of 2:01.37. We now move to the 8th pairing in the inside lane from Saskatchewan, Oscar Stack Mikishu. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, Kieran Hansen. Well, there I go again announcing two skaters when there's only one in this race. So let me make it clear and obvious that it already is. Oscar Stack Mikishu, the lone skater in this pairing with an opening 300 meters at 26.9. Not bad considering he's competing all by himself. So very tough for skaters. This tests their mental strength because they don't have another skater pushing them. And of course, their coach encouraging them. And anybody on the sidelines that wants to give him a shout down the straightaway, he is flying solo. Oscar Stack Mikishu. I'm quite sure Tim Comfort from Saskatchewan, his coach or former coach, is watching with glee as one of his proteges is growing and evolving in the sport of speed skating. Oscar's been around for a number of years. And so it's really nice to see him develop. We're going to be coming up here to the bell lap for Oscar. And there goes the bell lap. So you take the time of 1:29.08 and take the split time of, you see 32 seconds on top of that. And we might end up with a time of 161? No. I've got to do the math on that. Let's see how he ends up. Down the straightaway he goes, crossing the line of a time of 2:03.45, which is a season's best of his. I had him in around 2:01 and change. But it was and is the final lap of the 1500, the most difficult lap in that race. We now move to the ninth pairing in the inside lane from British Columbia, Cameron Thomas. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Caleb Jacobson. Cameron Thomas starting out in the inside lane will finish in the outer, and Caleb Jacobson starting in the outer will finish in the inner. Thompson from British Columbia. Jacobson representing Alberta. Caleb Jacobson's opening 300 meters is 25.23. Thomas, 27.59. A number of referees in this meet. We've got Rona Hathaway. We've got Mark McGee, Werner Meyer, Greg Plenert up here on the timing deck looking over things, and you wonder what do referees look for? Well, they look for the skaters really to skate according to the rules, skating within their lanes, staying within their lanes, having clean exits and clean finishes when they cross over. Correct lane changes, making sure that skaters have proper equipment, their armbands. They look at interference, if not so much in long track. Basically, watching the race from start to finish within the rules of the sport. So there are 4 pairs of eyes from these referees, plus they turn to video if need be, if they need any assistance. And they're spread throughout the oval. That's what referees do for the sport. Cameron Thomas, Caleb Jacobson. Jacobson crosses the line first at a time of 2:01.98 for a season's best. Cameron Thomas, his time is also a season's best at 2:07.95. We now move to the 10th pairing in the inside lane. From Lethbridge, Alberta, Zachary Edelman. And in the outer lane, from British Columbia, Jack Hansen. Okay, Zachary Edelman and Jack Hansen. We have a fallen skater, and it looks like Jack Hansen. So I hope he's okay. I can't tell from where I am. And Zachary Edelman will skate this skate solo. He will still have to switch lanes. You can see him down the backstretch. Phil Riopel is coaching them. He now switches. They have about 100 meters to switch from the inside to the outside. Always have to pay attention to lane switching. Even the best skaters can sometimes miss switching lanes. You have to stay focused. And it's hard to do when skaters are fatigued in their race. And it's easy to get fatigued in a 1,500-meter race. I marvel, as a speed skating dad, as a volunteer, I marvel in these athletes and in this particular race. Sometimes Zachary Edelman's dad, Tarek, joins us up here in the timing deck. Might even see him here this weekend. There's the bell lap. This is Zachary's 9th year skating. And he got introduced to the sport from his dad, who had a friend in the sport. And he loves racing the 500 and 1,000. Those are his favorite distances. And when I asked him what he's working on, he says he needs to put more power into the ice. And his coach is Phil Riopel, and you can see him in the backstretch. He wants to make the Canada Winter Games team in short track, and he crosses the line at a time of 2:03.98. So I'll check to see. That might be a PB for Zachary Edelman. We're going to take a pause right now because we're going to, when a skater goes down, they're going to check the ice to make sure it's safe to continue skating. That was the 10th pairing of 19 pairings. We're going to be moving to the 11th pairing in a moment. Looks like they're fixing the ice in the southwest portion of it. And they've got the slush that they're putting inside, probably the crack of the ice. And a bit of CO2 sprayed on that to cool it off immediately. And they'll only do that depending on the size of it. Looks like the ice meisters have fixed it up, ready to go if I hear a whistle. And then it's time for an announcement, and here we go. Pair 11, in the inside lane from Alberta, Eric Angelo Z. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, Benjamin Konwicki. We've got Eric Angelozzi starting in the inside lane from Alberta, and Benjamin Konwicki in the outer lane from British Columbia. Let's have a look at their 300-meter openers. Angeloni in a 27:45 and 28:54 for Konwicki. Angelozzi is wearing the white armband. Konwicki, the red armband. We are in the 11th pairing of 19 pairings in the 1,500-meter men's. We are, when we're done, when we complete the 1,500-meter men's, we'll take an ice resurfacing, and we're going to come back and we'll be doing the 1,500-meter women's races at 12:45, unless I'm instructed differently to communicate that with you. So in 45 minutes' time, the women's 1,500-meter race will be coming up, and there'll be, I believe, 14 pairings or 13 pairings in that race. So we've got the bell lap here in the 11th pairing with Eric Angelozzi from Alberta and Benjamin Konwicki. You can see, if you're looking on the screen, watching on TV or your smart device, you can see their name, their meters that they've skated, and then their lap time. So if you want to know what they think they're going to come in at, you take their lap time, add it to their current time. So 33 seconds for Angeloni and 1:33, but add another couple seconds because they'll lose that simply because of fatigue. So these guys will be over the 2-minute mark. Probably 2:04, 2:05, somewhere in there. Let's see how they make out. 2:07 for Angeloni, a 2:07.58, which is a personal best. And Benjamin Konwicki in a 2:11.36. We now move to the 12th pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Braden Kremenek. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, Matthew Mitchell. The opening 300 meters for Matthew Mitchell is 27.09. Braden Kremenek, 27.37. So today we had the 500-meter men's and women's races, and now we have the 1,500-meter men's races, followed by the 1,500-meter women's races, and that's day one. That'll complete day one. This is Oktoberfest. This is the third in a 4-part series, a classic series put on by the Olympic Oval. And besides bragging rights and winning your particular category, and there's 4 categories, 2 junior categories, ages 14 to 15, 16 to 18, and then there's a neo-senior category that takes it up to age 23. Very few of those in this meet. And then beyond 23, above 23, they are seniors, and there might be just 1. Maybe 2 at most. There goes the bell lap in this 12th pairing of this race. And if you win your category, you get a gift from Dustin Miller, who will find you in terms of the skaters in your category. You'll also get points. Every skater gets points, but obviously the lower the time, the more points you receive. And then there's an accumulation of points all the way to the fourth one. They add them up and they establish winners from all four. Crossing the line first is Matthew Mitchell at 2:03.63 for a personal best. You'll be happy with that. 2:03.63 for a personal best. And then 2:10.41 for Braden Kramenek. And if you get a personal best, we then get your name, your time, and the date on a ping pong ball. We put it in a sphere, which is at the front desk. We want to fill that sphere up of personal bests. We now move to the 13th pairing. I see two skaters in the inner lane from Alberta, Mitchell Wessling, and in the outer lane from Alberta as well, Ian Dwyer. This is the 13th pairing. Inside lane, Mitchell Wessling, Alberta. Ian Dwyer, outer lane, also of Alberta. Dwyer's opening 300 meters at 27.36. Wessling in at 29.07. Lots of speed skating going on right now, and the speed skating season in all the speed skating countries is alive and well. In Canada, we started ours after a number of camps in July and August, one in Quebec and then one in Calgary, and one in Quebec in July and then one in August in Calgary. We started off with the Summer Classic, followed by the Fall Classic, and then the Canadian Long Track Championships in Quebec City, along with the short track, actually. They combined the two in the new oval in Quebec City. And then we are having this meet this weekend, Oktoberfest. We're going to be back here, and I think in about 3 weeks for the Can-Am Invitational. And in the month of November, the World Cups start. There are, I believe, 5 World Cups with a final, so 6 in total. I think Poland is hosting, there goes the bell out for this 13th period. Poland is hosting 3 of the World Cups, the first one and the 5th and 6th one. So Poland for the first World Cup, and then the Netherlands for the second. And then if you want to come see World Cup in Canada, you get to see it right here in the grand, lovely building of the Olympic Oval here in Calgary. 35 years old and counting. Just a beautiful building. Anybody that walks into this oval for the first time is overtaken at the magnitude of it. And you want to see World Cup speed skating at its finest, it's going to be in Calgary here the middle 2 weeks of December. The season's best for Ian Dwyer at 2:11.83. Mitchell Wessling also a season's best at 2:15, right on the dots. Let's now move to the 14th pairing. In the inside lane from Alberta, Riley Vanderberg. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Connor Waters. Riley Vanderberg and Connor Waters on the ice right now for 14 of 19 pairings. .300-meter opener for Connor Waters, 27.94. Riley Vanderberg, 28.35. Okay, we are well into this 1,500-meter race with Riley Vanderberg, who's from Lethbridge, who's been skating now for probably 13 years. I asked him how he got introduced to the sport, and he said himself, he said he thought it would be this or curling, and I think he made a good choice. Curling is good. I mean, speed skating is good. Both are good sports, but I think he liked the speed of speed skating. And he chose that. Must have been at a very young age. Like I say, he's 17, so he's been skating for quite some time. I asked him what he's working on right now as we just got the bell lap. He said engaging his core for quick starts, and so hard to tell on a 1,500 meter. He'll be able to give us a better indication. But Julie Wong is his coach, and his goal is to keep on improving as we see Connor Waters cross the line at 2:06.96 for a personal best, and Riley Vanderberg with also a personal best of 2:28.28. So both of these skaters are going to be very happy with their times. Personal bests, no matter how you slice and dice it, are always very good. Congratulations, Riley. Congratulations, Connor. We now move to the 15th pairing in the inside lane. From Alberta, Scott Anderson. And in the outer lane, from British Columbia, Nate Ben. Nate Ben from British Columbia, Scott Anderson from Alberta, the 15th pairing of 19. This race is now well underway. So I was talking about all the races that are coming up this winter. We're well into the speed skating season, and most, if not all, the athletes now should be in speed skating form, race form, that is. The August and the September events are always events to get reclimatized to racing conditions. It's one thing training, but it's a completely different thing racing. And then, of course, the training that goes around it, block training by the coaches, and then the words they use are tapering, building endurance, building strength, and then tapering. Tapering basically is lessening the training load as the athlete gets into the race, so around race time. So when the gun goes off, they're just chomping at the bit to go. And so there's some tapering for this particular event. Some of the national teams needed to be tapered for last weekend because they want their best times. They're looking for that meet as a qualifier. So we're well into the speed skating season as we watch just now Nate Ben cross the line with a personal best. Way to go, Nate, at 2:09.02. And Scott Anderson crosses the line with the season's best at 2:15.66. We now move over to the 16th pairing. And I see two skaters. There we go. In the inside lane from Ontario, Isaac Emblem. And in the outer lane from Alberta, James Wigglesworth. So just to continue my thoughts about the races,
in the speed skating season. We're well into it. Next month, we have the Can-Am Invitational. I think that's the week of November 14th. And the World Cup start in November and then go in December and January. 300-meter opener for Wigglesworth is 29.13, Emblem and at 30.21. And that's for the senior skaters. For the juniors, they've got in Canada, they have the Junior Canadian Championships, which didn't happen last year in Quebec, but happened in March, well after the World Juniors that were held in late January. This will be held in Quebec City the first week of January, which will be a qualifier for 8 skaters to go to Insel, Germany in the first week of February to represent our country. Max Poulin, Jalen Doan, Luca Vieman were 1, 2, 3 on the men's side. Laura Hall and Sophia Bieber on the women's side. Laura taking the gold, Bieber taking the silver. And then 2 Quebec skaters taking 3 and 4. Because there's 4 skaters. So you got the gold, silver, and bronze, and then you have a 4th skater as well. That was in March. But as they say in the sport, that was then and this is now, and they have to requalify if they want to represent their country at the junior level, at the world level. So Isaac Emblem and James Wigglesworth are on the ice right now. We have an Ontario and an Alberta skater. The bell lap has gone off. And Emblem, Wigglesworth, who started in the outer lane, will finish in the inner lane. And James is going to cross the line at a time of 2:13:02. And that's a personal best for James Wigglesworth. He'll be happy with that. Here comes Isaac Emblem. And he crosses the line at a time of 2:25:76, and that's a season's best for Isaac. 3 more races to go. 17th pairing coming up. In the inside lane, from Alberta, Evan Boyce. And in the outer lane, from British Columbia, Matthias Daniels. Just in case you've joined us just now, we're well into day 1 of Oktoberfest, 3rd of a 4-part classic series in long track speed skating in Calgary, Alberta, at the grandiose, illustrious Calgary Olympic Oval, the second permanent indoor oval built in the world in 1987 in advance of the 1988 Olympics. Hard to believe, actually, that was the second one. There are well over 35 indoor permanent structure ovals. The last one being the Quebec one, where they domed their outdoor oval ice surface. 35 years old. It had its birthday late September. Coined the fastest ice in the world here at the Calgary Olympic Oval, where many records have been broken, many careers have been made, many triumphs in the sport of speed skating. I think even when they created the oval, that the clap skate that the long track skaters are using just was born at that time. Up until that point, skaters didn't have clap skates. And what's the importance of clap skates? To keep the blade on the ice as much as possible for both glide and push. As soon as you lift that blade off the ice, you're slowing yourself down. So the clap skates come along and records start to fall. We've had the bell lap with a final push, and Matthias Daniels crosses the line with a personal best at 2:12.83. He'll be happy with that. Of course he will. And a personal best for Evan Boyce as well, 2:21.24. Personal best for Evan and Matthias. Congratulations, gentlemen. Get your time and name on that ping pong ball. We have one single skater in this pairing, number 18. He's from Alberta. He will start in the inside lane and finish in the outer lane. Give it up for Daniel Revy. An aggressive start, from what I could tell, for Danielle. He looks like he means business out there. Let's see where his opening 300 meters stack up. So 28.49. 28.49. That's about 26th in a pack of around 36 skaters. And that's his opening 300 meters. Daniel's from Alberta. I'm not the only announcer that talks about probably what it's like to skate out there by yourself. You don't get pushed. I mean, what you want is to have two skaters on the ice and each skater to race their best race. You want your pairing, the skate that you're paired with, to have their best race, and you want to kick their butt all at the same time. Why? Because you're competing against a clock. It's really you and a timer. Everything else is kind of cosmetic, but it helps you get the lowest time possible. Plus, it's fun. So Danielle flies solo in this pairing, sadly, but he is. And he's got a bell lap. Got a nice rhythm going. He's got a 37-plus second lap. So it'll be interesting to see where he ends up. He's entering the final corner. He's looking strong. I'm quite sure he's feeling a lot different. This is where you dig deep. Right here, you can see him on the screen, the last 100 meters. He's got a nice flow going. And you know he's hurting, though. 2:19.65. 2:19.65. There's a personal best. It's all about PBs, ladies and gentlemen. PBs, personal bests. He'll be happy with that. And so will his coach. We have the final pairing. 19 of 19. Okay, I held off announcing. I wasn't sure if Bill was actually on the line, but he's made it on the line and he's off and running. So let me give this gentleman a proper introduction. From Alberta, starting in the inside lane, will finish in the outer lane, 1,500 meters, 3 3/4 lap around at the Olympic Oval here in Calgary, Alberta. Give it up for Bill Blonsky. And let's get Bill's favorite music on here. Bell lap. Bell lap for Bill Blonsky. Bill coming down the straightaway, 252.72 so far in this race. Give it up for Bill. Yeah, Bill Blonsky focused right to the end, 355.79 for Bill Blonsky. Congratulations, Bill. Well done. That concludes the 1500-meter men's start. We're going to do an ice resurfacing. Be back here at 12:45 Mountain Time, Calgary time. See you then. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be starting the 1500 meter women's race with 13 pairings. We have an ice delay, ice repair. I'm going to introduce the first pairing of the 13 pairings of the 1500 meter women's race. In and the whistle is gone. So here come the introductions and the race. In the inside lane from Alberta, Isabelle Champagne. Also from Alberta in the outer lane, Tatiana De Vlieg. And we're off and running. The 1500 meter women's 3 3/4 lap around a 400 meter oval. If you've just joined us, we're in Calgary, Alberta, live at Oktoberfest, a classic series event. 3 of 4 series meets for combined points and bragging rights and awards. Let's have a look at these Alberta skaters right now on the ice. For Tatiana De Vlieg at a 28.68 opener for 300 meters. Isabelle Champagne at 28.96. Isabelle Champagne started in the inside lane. That means she'll finish in the outer lane. They got the same suits because same skin suits because they're both from Alberta. De Vlieg in it with the outer lane, or rather the outer lane and a red armband. You see Phil Riopel and Christina Lazarescu on the back. It looks like Kevin Crockett is also there helping out. So we've got the bell lap in the first of 13 pairings in the 1500 meter women's, Isabelle Champagne and Tatiana De Vlieg. The last 250 meters, you can see down the backstretch, you've got 3 very highly prolific coaches giving them their lap times and also encouragement and also assisting them in terms of if they see something off in their technique, they'll assist them. The skaters really can't look up that much because they're so exhausted. So they hear their voice and use their peripheral vision. Looks like we're going to have a very close finish for both of these racers. Champagne bests De Vlieg in by 4/100ths of a second. Isabelle Champagne with a time of 2:13.76. And Tatiana De Vlieg, 2:13.80. We now move to the second pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Emma Langstrom. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Rachel Mallard. Emma Langstrom is coached by Christina Lazarescu, and Rachel Mallard is coached by Phil Riopel. So Emma Langstrom will finish in the outer lane. Rachel Mallard will finish in the inner lane. Let's have a look at their opening 300 meters. Emma Langstrom in at 28.47. Rachel Mallard in at 29.01. You can see Christina and Phil giving each of their skaters encouragement and lap time. That's what they do. The 1,500-meter race, as I've said many times and will continue to say, it is arguably the most difficult, grueling distance in the sport of speed skating. 3 3/4 laps. Why is it so difficult? Because it's a marathon sprint. And the lactic acid buildup in these kids' legs, especially as they enter their final lap, is extremely tightening on the legs and makes it more and more difficult for them to put one foot in front of the other. You see basically some kids flop to the line with limbs flailing. But what it does is each time they do a race like this and they're training, and as they get older, their mental toughness and their physical strength, they push them to limits that they can surpass each and every time. And the bell lap has gone off, and you got Emma Langstrom and Rachel Mallard. Mallard, by the way, is from Ottawa. She's been skating about 10 years, and she's got a sister that also skates, Claire Mallard. She likes long distances. 3,000 is really the distance she tends to like. A big shout out from her to her parents, Liz and Bob, if you're watching. Hello, and Sister Claire. Not sure where you're at. You're not competing. I think you might have competed. I wonder if you competed in Quebec City. But Rachel's goal is to be on the Canada Winter Games team. And Emma Langstrom crosses the line first. Not by much at 2:10.01. Rachel Mallard at 2:10.97. And that's a personal best for Rachel. So congratulations to her. She'll like that, and so will her coach. Let's now go to the third pairing in the inside lane from Ontario, Alexa Annika. And in the outer lane, representing Manitoba, Skylar Van Horn. As you see the start of the race, you see a couple of coaches leaning against the mats to stay out of the way and physically and also out of their line of sight. That's Scott Van Horn, who's in place of Alex Moritz, who's at home probably watching. Hello, Alex, if you happen to be watching the race. Skylar Van Horn from Manitoba is on the ice, and Skylar's opening 300 is 29.15. And then Christina Lazarescu, from Romania, is the coach for Alexa Annika. And she was leaning up against the mats. And now they give them encouragement down the backstretch. Here we go, 1,500 meters for these two skaters. Alexa Annika is from Barrie, Ontario, and has been skating now for probably about 13 years. This is, in fact, her favorite race out of all the races. That's kind of crazy to me, but because it's such a tough race, but she's working on just trying to get up to top speed, and she's incredibly gifted in the academic world, and goes to the University of Calgary. And she wanted me to give a shout out to her mom, Laura Gully, and Claudio, her dad, and her good friend Molly Johnson. The Van Horns I know extremely well from Manitoba. Skylar Van Horn comes from a line of a speed skater, Scott, who was out in Calgary for many years as the bell lap goes on. Scott's was a long track speed skater and lived in Calgary for, I think, a better part of a decade. And became an inventor, if you will, in skates, and developed the Van Horn skate, which was bought by a couple of organizations. True was the final organization, but incredibly gifted in the equipment related to speed skating, and so it's probably been tough for at least one of their kids not to speed skate. So Skylar is a delightful young woman and a gifted speed skater. Alexa Annika crosses a line at a time of 2:09.51. Skylar a time of 2:13.28. We now move to the fourth pairing in the inside lane, representing Manitoba, Sophia Bieber. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Zoe Luters. And the ROF, you see Scott Van Horn, the coach, and Kevin Crockett, who coaches Zoe Luters. Scott is coaching Sophia Bieber. Rounding the first corner to give us a 300-meter time in the last 100 meters of that 300-meter. Bieber's opener is 27:96. The fastest so far in these pairings of 4 pairings is Luters in a 28:32. I had a chance to connect with Zoe Luters and her sister Maya between races, and they're no stranger to the speed skating world. They're from Calgary, Alberta, and Zoe's been skating for about 12 years, and I asked her how she was introduced to the sport, and her mom, Sandra, took her to her World Cup, along with Maya, and I think at that point they were hooked. And the 1,500-meter race is one of Zoe's favorite races, and one of the questions I asked the athletes is, what are you working on? And she says she wants to bring her technique that she works on in practice to the race itself. And I know Heather McLean, that was also one of her biggest challenges, and I said, well, go talk to Heather because she could give you some insight into that. Coached by Kevin Crockett, and her hope one day is to be an Olympian. Right now she's going to school at the University of Calgary as we get the Bell app, and she wants to give a shout out to Sandra and her dad, Pierre. Sophia Bieber is, I know a little bit about her. She's one of my 3 daughters. Rebecca Bieber, her sister, started speed skating first, and her mom speed skated, and that's how Sophia got into it and was a dancer, but retired from that and took on speed skating, and it seems to agree with her, and it agrees with, she agrees with it, and it agrees with her, as she was second in Canada in the Canadian juniors at the ripe age of 16, and we're proud of her in the Bieber family, and she crosses the line at a time of 2:08:35 for a season's best for Sophia Bieber, and Zoe Luters at a time of 2:09:73, a season's best for Zoe as well. We now move to the 5th pairing. In the inside lane from Alberta, Maya Luters. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Lindsay Smart. False start, and we'll do it again. Maya Luters and Lindsay Smart is on the ice right now. Maya Luters from Alberta. Her sister Zoe just finished skating, and her opening 300 meters is 27:56. Lindsay Smart at 29:22. I had a chance to connect with Maya as well, as it was Luters Row on the bikes between races, and I mentioned how Zoe was introduced to the sport through her mom at a World Cup event. Maya likes the 500-meter race, the shorter distances. I asked her what she was working on, and she said her arm swing and her push. She's coached by Phil Riopel. And her hopes and dreams wants to be Olympian and World Cup as well. And she's in high school right now. She's in LB2. That means skating as a 17-year-old, as a junior. And she's in art and sociology. She wants to give me, she would love if I was to give a shout out on her behalf to Rachel Mallard and Robin Solly and Zoe Luders, and basically her team. Loves her team that she's skating with. The Smart family we've known through the sport of speed skating. Lindsay actually was a fastball player, a prolific fastball player who pitched and then went out to the field. But it seems that speed skating has overtaken her time and it continues to grow and evolve and absolutely loves the sport. And this is a young woman who always has a smile on her face and lights up a room, any room that she walks into it, and comes from great stock. Her mom and dad, Ian and Heather, and their family are just an amazing family in Manitoba. Just tremendous to have them part of the speed skating family. As Maya Luders crosses the line with a personal best of 2:10.91, and Lindsay Smart finishes her 1,500 meters at 2:15.61. We now move to the sixth pairing in the inside lane, another Manitoban, Maya Kemp. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Camille Alford. This is the sixth pairing of 13 pairings in the women's 1,500 meters at the 2022 Oktoberfest Classic, the third of a 4 Classic series put on by the Olympic Oval. Camille Alford with an opening 300 meters at 28:51. Maya Kempen at 30.03. I just wanted to give a shout out to all the coaches that are in attendance today. Nancy Goldplin from British Columbia is here. Richard Stickle from Fort St. John is here. Mike Ireland and Kevin Crockett and Christina Lazarescu. Phil Riopel, Julie Wong, Marique Nadal from Alberta. I'm not sure who's here from Saskatchewan. Tim Comfort is not here, but he has probably got backup. Alex Moritz is not here, unavailable. He'll be watching right now, I know. Scott Van Horn is here in his place. And there might be a couple others that I'm not naming because I don't know, but those are most of the coaches. It's about 100 athletes in total. And a good portion are part of the Oval program, and a good portion are part of the clubs, other clubs. For example, all the Manitoba skaters, where I'm from, no one's part of the Oval program. They're just all come from the local clubs. Crossing the line first is Camille Alford with a personal best of 2:15.22, and Maya Kemp with a time of 2:20.58. We now move to the seventh pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Elise Perpich. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Daria Vogt. Our meet coordinator today is doing double duty as a referee as well, Greg Plennert. Under his leadership, for as long as I've been here, these meets are extremely well run. They run on time, they run smoothly, and when there is chaos, there's no panic. They deal with it and they move on. Many in the speed skating community could learn from how meets are run here in the Calgary Oval, and Greg Plennert has a lot to do with it. Assisting, in the referee department, Mark Bobby McGee, if you will, Rona Hathaway, Werner Meyer as well, as any time on the video. They turn to the video if they need any assistance. And you've got Brad Bates, the legendary Brad Bates, and Paul Chateau, our starters today. We have medics that are part of that are part of the speed skating races. And they come from CanWest Medical, and you cannot have a sanctioned event unless you have some form of health care personnel on site, and we hope that they don't have much to do, but they always have to keep an eye on the race. There goes the bell lap in this race with Elise Perpeach and Daria Vogt as they head down the backstretch, crossing the lanes. No one's really using the other draft of the other, but Kennedy May and Badash Nadoni, hello and welcome to the Oval as we watch the seventh pairing complete their race. So crossing the line first is Daria Vogt with a personal best of 2:15.04, and Elise Perpich at 2:16 even for a personal best. Coaches are happy. Daria and Elise, congratulations on your personal bests. We now move to the eighth pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Kendra Hawkins. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Sarah Murray. Eighth pairing of 13 pairings, women's 1,500 meter race here at the Calgary Olympic Oval. I'm trying through my travels this weekend to connect with as many athletes as possible and learn a little bit more about each of them, and you've probably picked up a little bit of that. Kendra Hawkins is one of them. She has an opening 300 meters of 30.74, by the way, and Sarah Murray at 29.96. But Kendra Hawkins has only been skating about 4 years. She's from Calgary and got introduced to the sport from her mother. The 1,000 meter distance is her favorite. She claims, but here she is doing the 1,500, of course, because you have to do that. I asked the athletes what they are working on, and she said being low. Being low. So Kendra has got the white armband. So let's watch her through the 1,500 meters to see if she's, in fact, getting low. It gets harder. It gets harder as the race goes on. But the lower you are, it helps make you a faster skater. Phil Riopel is her coach. One of the questions I ask the athletes is, what do you like to do unrelated to speed skating? And when I asked Kendra that, she said she loves crochet, and all her friends acknowledge the fact that she's nothing short of an expert in crochet at a very, very young age. So that's awesome. And she wanted me to give a shout out to her mom, Catherine, her dad, Dan, and I'm not sure if I can pronounce her sister's name. Maybe it's Kea. The J is silent. Her sister. So, hello, mom, dad, and sister. Crossing the line first is Sarah Murray at 2:17.13 with a personal best. Kendra Hawkins, she also has a personal best of 2:19.13. Congratulations, Kendra, and congratulations, Sarah. We now move to the 9th pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Cassandra Curie. And in the outer lane from Alberta as well, Prabnor Gruel. Cassandra Gruel and Prabnor Gruel in the 9th of 13 pairings. Their Curry's opener is 31.72, Gruel's at 31.46. So I was giving a shout out to coaches, and I want to make sure I get everybody covered. Elizabeth Ward assists in the short track program, and she's there to assist one of the two racers. I'll have a look in a second, but it's Cassandra Curry and Prabnor Gruel in this race right now. Yeah, it looks like Prabnor Gruel is her skater. That's Elizabeth Ward. It's a little quieter in the oval than it normally is. The Fall Classic had about 200 skaters. We're going to have, I'm sure, quite a few going into the Can-Am Invitational. But this meet is no less important. There goes the bell lap for any of these skaters. It's a nice event. It's compact. It's not as much pressure for the athletes, although depending on the athletes. So the Alberta athletes need to lay down some nice times, some low times, if they want to qualify for the Canada Winter Games. And so they get 3 opportunities. They're lucky them. I'm not sure exactly how they do it in other provinces. I know Manitoba will be using the Can-Am Invitational as the qualifier for the Canada Winter Games in long track. Personal best for Prabnor Gruel, 2:24.19, and a personal best for Cassandra Curry at 2:26.39. Personal bests for these Alberta skaters. Congratulations, their coaches will obviously be very happy. We now move to the 10th pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Lewis Spence. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Rachel Spritzens. This is the 10th pairing of 13 pairings. And then after the 13 pairings, we're complete for the day. And we do this all over again tomorrow. I am so delighted to be back at the Oval, calling and watching this beautiful sport. Lewis Spence opening 300 meters at 31.12. Rachel Spritzens 32.03. The sport's such a beautiful sport to watch. Obviously, the more prolific, the more developed, the the better technique you have, and obviously watching World Cup, senior, and national team athletes, they perform at the highest level, and that's your standard. And then the skaters that we watch here are the ones that are developing into that because they all started at this stage of the game. But you can start to see a speed skating stride and technique form in all these skaters. And it's hard to tell from the television, or I should say the screen, whatever way you're watching the sport, how fast they're going. Because at times it doesn't look like they're going that fast. The fastest skaters and the sprinters, they're doing something anywhere from 56 to 58 kilometers an hour. Now, I've been around long enough when there were 2 Trudeaus in power. And when I was in elementary school, the first Trudeau, as prime minister, switched over from standard to metric. And so I still remember miles per hour. So miles per hour for some of the fastest skaters in the world are somewhere around 34, 35 miles an hour. When Mike Ireland skated in his prime, and a lot of these skaters, they would get a speeding ticket on a street if they were going down it, if it was at 30 miles an hour. 58, 57, 58 kilometers an hour. That's how fast they go. On the sprints, obviously, the longer the distances, they're not going to go that speed for the entire race. It's more difficult. But you don't get an appreciation for it unless you're actually down on ice level. That's when that's when you see, boy, they are going fast. So in this race, we've got Lewis Spence. Lewis Spence crosses the line at a time of 2:27.48 with a personal best. Lewis, you'll be happy with that. Rachel Spritzens with a season's best of 2:32.49. Season's best for Rachel, personal best for Lewis. Well done, ladies. Well done. We now move to the 11th pairing in the inside lane from British Columbia, Cheyenne Key. And in the outer lane, also from British Columbia, Talia Halperin. Two British Columbia coaches for two British Columbia skaters. Cheyenne Key, coached by Richard Stickle from Fort St. John, and Nancy Gopelin from, I think she's from Vancouver, actually. And if you're wondering about the last name, Gopelin, let me call the 300 meters first. Cheyenne Key at 32.75, and Talia Halperin at 33 even. But Victoria Gopelin is the niece to Nancy Gopelin, or Nancy's the aunt to Victoria Gopelin, and also Nancy has a sister named Pat Durham, who's also Pat Leach, who was a speed skater many years back. So speed skating is definitely in that family. So Cheyenne Key from British Columbia and Talia Halperin from British Columbia are on the ice right now. Battle of British Columbia. So you'll see the coaches hold up a board with two numbers. The first number is really the second of two numbers. So if you see an 8 and a 3, that might in this case be 38.3. They just don't want too big a boards to give you the full number. And because there could be four numbers, because they go to the 10th in this case. So bell lap for Cheyenne Key and Talia Halperin. Battle of British Columbia on the oval here at the 2022 Oktoberfest Classic. I was saying it's so good to be back. It's just a beautiful sport to watch, and it's really fun to watch these kids develop. I met a number of young kids back in age class in Winnipeg back in, I think it was 2018 or 19, the Luters family, and Yankun Zhao, for example, and Max Poulin, just to share off the top of my head, and watching these kids develop has been fantastic. So So here comes Talia Halperin. She crosses the line first at a personal best of 2:30.45, and Cheyenne Key at 2:30.90. Season's best for Key, a PB for Halperin. Second last pairing, the 12th pairing of 13 in the inside lane from Alberta, Denise Wessling. And in the outer lane, from Alberta as well, Margaret Breedlove. Pair 12 of 13, second last, before we shut her down for the afternoon. Not used to going home this early, usually till about 3 or 4. That's the way it is, and it's a delight. Like I say, it's just an absolute delight to be here. So who's on the ice right now? Battle of Alberta, for sure. Denise Wessling with an opening 300 meters at 34.37. Margaret Breedlove with an opener of 33.36. 3 3/4 laps in a 400-meter track. A style of a race, a distance of a race, if raced properly, will push your limits, both physically and mentally. It's designed that way. And no matter what your level of development is, it is a hard race. A great test. Some skaters absolutely love the 1500. I talked to Tyson Langlaw. He absolutely loves the 1500. I think it's the challenge. The bell lap has gone off. The red armband is Margaret Breedlove. She started in the outside lane rather. She'll finish in the inside lane. Final backstretch coaching. You can see from the coaches that she wants her to swing her arms more. You'll notice how the coaches keep their numbers low to the ice because I think especially as the race goes on, it gets harder and harder for the athletes to lift their head. They're that exhausted. I've not competed speed skating wise. This is what the skaters tell me, and I believe them. Breedlove crosses the line at 2:36.47 for a personal best. Congratulations, Margaret. PB. Get your name and time on that ping pong ball for the sphere. And Denise Wessling at 2:44.57. We now move into the final pairing of the 1,500-meter women's race to complete the day in the inside lane, representing Manitoba, Rebecca Bieber. And in the outer lane, from Alberta, Sophia Cross. And off they go. Final pairing, 1,500-meter women's. Hope you're enjoying today, whether you're inside the oval or you've been listening or watching on the webcast. A lot of people I talk to have the webcast in the background while they're doing their chores or something. Bieber's 300-meter opener is 34.43. Cross's opener is 36:08. They keep it in the background, and when one of their loved ones or close ones are about to race, then they go and they hone in on watching that race. We're doing everything we can to breathe some life and personality and some, breathe life into the atmosphere both in the oval and on the webcast, so it feels like you're really a part of it here. You've got Bieber and Cross. The Cross is, Sophia Cross is actually part of a family that's really committed to the sport of speed skating. And Sophia's parents are Andrew and Michelle Cross. Andrew's he's a volunteer with Alberta speed skating and is a VP of officials. He also does a number of starts and as a starter, and I think he might even be here this weekend. It's possible he might be starting some of the races on Sunday. And I asked him, although I haven't met Sophia directly, I asked how she got in the sport, and turned out that Mark Wilde is their neighbor. And so Mark introduced him to the sport, and I guess the rest is history. And Sophia's really enjoying the sport. Both skaters, Rebecca Bieber. Rebecca Bieber and Sophia Cross, easy to get crossed up there with a Sophia on the ice as they head into the Bell Up, are both 15 years of age. And Michelle's a meet coordinator, a level 2 meet coordinator. So I think Greg Plenert would know her well. And I've given a shout out to Sophia's grandparents, Ian and Donna, in Chester, Nova Scotia. The last time they had the hurricane go through, but they're safe and sound. And then on Michelle's side, there's Gary and Madeline. Hopefully you're watching. Well, if you're not watching, you can also play back the tape, but a big shout out to you guys. So, and Andrew was part of a clinic that I was part of, and so one of the nicest guys I've met in this beautiful sport and community. So, Rebecca Bieber and Sophia Cross. A burst of energy for both skaters as Rebecca crosses the line at a time of 2:55.96, and Sophia Cross at 2:57.18, a season's best for Rebecca Bieber. Ladies and gentlemen, inside the oval and anybody watching or listening on the webcast, that's a wrap for today. Almost right on time, 1:27 here in Calgary. And that concludes race day today, the 500 meters and the 1,500 meters. We will look to the 1,000-meter races and the 3,000s tomorrow. And we'll do the 500 and thousands again on Sunday along with a mass start. So that should do it for today. Enjoy the rest of the day. You've got it. And look forward to any feedback that you'd like to give us from what we're doing up here. Until then, we'll see you tomorrow morning for a 9 o'clock start, 1,000-meter races. Sky Guy is out. Cheers.